Alrighty. Let's get going, eh? Boop. Like everything's there. Let's finish off the campaign that we didn't finish.
India converts to French rail. I like the ring of that. Congratulations.
This is a nice train for how hilly the region is. Speed is always good, but you start with so little money that the money is the winner.
Dynasty after dynasty has ruled these islands. Closed for centuries to outside influences, Japan now wants your help to bring it modern rail. Well, bending ancient traditions, though, is gonna be tough. But by proving yourself the most efficient and frugal, you may become the single most dominant rail mogul in Japan.
Centuries of isolation have put Japan at a disadvantage when competing financially with the Western world. In the late 1860s, Emperor Meiji has decided to import you and other talent from around the globe to build a modern rail system. By the end of 1899, connect Tokyo, Nagata, Nagoya, Sendai for bronze, Sapporo and Kyoto for silver, and for gold, Kagoshima, and also haul 50 things in a single year. We are General Gentaro. We governed Taiwan. Okay, note. We do not have the ability to raise bonds. We can issue a bit of stock, which doesn't really matter because... Actually, I should have done this the other way around. I should have artificially inflated the share price and then sold off the stock. But oh well. Now, where do we want to connect first? You have so little money that my memory says I normally do here to here. This can import iron. This usually wants iron. We have an annoying house in the way. But we can get a somewhat straight run. The question then becomes... No, we can't get that to work. We can get that. And then that, but there'd be no money for a train. One of the other early options is often Osaka here. Osaka, Kyoto. One end cotton. The other end houses. It wants goods. You can run something back and forth. I think we'll go with that one. Try and optimize for distance pricing. That one is obvious. And that one. Gonna have a little efficiency Vulcan. Saloon? No, we're 2k short. If I had have done the, selling the stock after bumping the price, we'd probably have that. So I've got no one but myself to blame. Let's go. This side's going to have a bit of a passenger deficiency. Balloon, sanding water. Bit worrying that this side has nothing. And this side still hasn't aggregated any of the cotton. But we have a full set of passengers. Next load can be the heavy things. Cheers all. You're gonna need a post office, so will you. Food cotton. You are going to need a customs house to export the goods. Now we aren't making tons of money, but we also have almost no expenses. The little Vulcan here runs on the smell of an oily rag. Costs next to nothing to run. It is, however, getting to be about time that we need to buy a maintenance bay. Issue some more stock. We could even have an exceedingly expensive loan. One of everything, and you finally get your restaurant. You get your restaurant, then you get your maintenance bay. Maintenance bay. It was only half maintained. We need the 2 hotels, and then we think about where we're expanding. Sucks that its food demand is so low. Maybe leave that alone for a while. %, set of passengers. Especially if we can get you your hotel. They want to sell you the Iron Duke and the 8-wheeler? I can wait. We're not that rich. Your hotel? Okay, and now this is fully passenger optimized. Out of interest, how much money did we make last year from the station? Almost as much as the passengers themselves. Have we gone up to be worth... Yeah, our loans are now reasonable. So let's look at maybe doing Nagoya Hamamatsu. We're unfortunately going to need a big station. In one sense, it's going to be more expensive. In another sense, it's nice because it means we can get more distance pricing. Now gonna need another loan though. I can squeeze in a little more distance if I put it upside down. The other end doesn't care about coal, right? So that's fine. Get our little efficiency Vulcan. We're gonna want 2. You do pure iron. You do passengers. Optimize everything we can on the passenger side. Pure mail. Then food and iron. I will let you have your post office. And you go back empty so that you're not so slow. Full load. The compulsory education system has passed. Passenger traffic up. Yes, load affects speed. If we go to look at... Boop. So there's a great big matrix table for a set amount of carry weight and for a set grade. Trains will have different speeds. So there are some trains that are really high speed on flats for low loads and high loads. There are some that are only really high for low loads. There are some that are like medium speed for heavy, but they don't get slower even on high grades very much. There's all sorts of different combinations. The one that we start with on this map is not a very strong train. It can't carry terribly heavy loads, but it is exceedingly efficient. It has almost no cost to both purchase and run. So you can run lots of them, even if they're a bit slow. They don't get in the way of each other. You're going to do a pointless set of cotton? We're going to do a pointless set of cotton. Full passenger load for you. And you... that. We'll add a little side branch to grab that coal. It's terribly hilly, but we remind ourselves that it's okay because it's all downhill. That grade is horrendous, but as long as you're travelling up empty and down loaded, it's not too bad. Then rather than carrying pointless cotton for almost no money, we can change you in the future to be here, there, there. Something like that. Go. You can also indicate that you are lower priority than the passenger train, so that if you collide, which you mostly shouldn't, the other one has priority. Full passenger set. This side needs its passenger efficiency buildings. Done. Full passenger set for you, one bit of food. Just the single passenger on the return. Those might collide. Yeah, you're gonna get stuck. For a second. 1, 1, 1, 1. Two more passengers. And we can pay off that horrendous loan. First go, you can grab 4 or even 5. Yeah, uphill is tough. Thankfully this is downhill, so you're not going to have a problem. And honestly do a full food load. Ooh, this end needs... both ends need sanding. Fair enough. Okay. Second loan paid off. There's actually enough for a full set of iron. Dealing with a little backlog. And then where do we do next? Because we've done the 2 usual spots, and this spot doesn't really work. This is a 3rd usual spot. I suppose we could save up and blow up that house. Yeah, you know what? We'll pay to blow up that house. Evict some poor innocent person. You've been thrown out of your home, yes. If only it was a Tropico 1 instead of Railroad Tycoon 2, that could actually be true. But people don't move around in this. That said, Tropico 1 is built using the Railroad Tycoon 2 engine. So, we have this great game to thank for the Tropico series. It's a little known fact. Full set of food for you. Down to 1. Yeah, I will have fun, Java. How could I not have fun playing train game? Okay, that's enough money that we can do Kanazawa Fukui. Like that. I can even get away with a medium station. And on this side, also a medium station. Better? Oh no. Yeah, I can, but it just isn't as far away as we would like. Better and better. Little efficiency Vulcan. begin with. Mail, food, and the 3 iron up to the steelworks. Then food on the way back. Can even afford the hotel? Not quite. Pretty much everything except the hotel. Do 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 do. Yes, and then the 2 cotton. You could be a little bit faster so that he doesn't run into you. That would be lovely. Perfect. And on the Fukui side, 100% passengers. Buy all the passenger efficiency things. Can't afford the hotel. Live without the hotel. Actually, I could sell some stock. Then we can afford the hotel. Done. And now you could have your hotel. You could have your post office. And then this zone is done. Looks like that's going to be ready for a set of 6 rather than 4. Which is odd, because it should only... Oh, there's now an extra port. I was pretty sure there was only 2 before, but it looks like another one has popped up. So it's 2 to 6 instead of 2 to 4 ratio. It looks like you need your own dedicated sand. It's 3 port indeed. Ba-dum-bum. Food iron. Okay, and then where do we do next? Usually the next port of call is connecting Tokyo / Mayabishi up to Sendai. One. $1 million in revenue. Fantastic. Robert Gerwing has finished some work in Europe. Absolutely not. I'm quite happy with faster train man. But I almost need another one just for doing the food. Actually, that's probably true. And even though it's going to earn not great money because it's Gonna suppress the food demand to 0. It will still earn some money. The food can wait, grab the cotton. It still makes reasonable money. Once a year it'll earn like 100k. Only costs 10k to run a year, so healthy profit. Mail, 1 iron. We're finally able to get the big trains. The Iron Duke and the 8-wheeler. The Iron Duke costs an arm and a leg to run. Huge fuel costs. $40k in fuel costs, 10 in maintenance, 50k a year to run. The Vulcan barely costs 11 in total. So like almost 5 times as expensive, and it's only about twice as fast. Still, we've probably got enough saved up that we can set up this. So, Thendai is a bit smaller than usual, which is sad. There's an extra house down there. Might be possible to grab you. No, not easily. It's just slightly too far away. Unless I'm willing to have an extra turn. And I am not. Maybe we just do here to here instead. It's a longin', Mama. It's a longin'. Stupid marble puzzle. The controls just blah. The hour of turning... No, I don't feel like it was that long, but maybe I'm underestimating it. I certainly didn't mind it. At least it was easy to do. Maybe we do both. Actually, yeah, the more I see this, the more I'm convinced we do both. We have this, grab all that iron and yoink it across to that steel mill. And you can be positioned slightly differently, like here, and do long distance passengers and grab that fruit to take to the canning factory. Now that is a disgusting grade, and we try not to look at it. That works. And we don't actually need the ultra disgusting grade bit. Iron to Mayabashi. And then you never need to be microed, which makes life easy. Roundhouse sanding water. And we'll wait one more year to make the Tokyo Sendai. Tokyo. No cotton. Passenger food. Nothing. Now the next question is, can he do more than one run a year? Because if so, we're actually going to run out of iron. And it would make sense to sometimes send him yoinking food across. Looks like the answer is yes. So you're actually going to go one load of iron, one load of food. I guess there's no reason not to have the first load of food be maximum size. Ah, but I didn't loop you back to the start of your thing. Well, that's my fault. No. Do the mail and the cotton first. Wait for the passengers. Actually, I shouldn't have had you grabbing that food, but oh well. We have the dedicated food truck. Looks good. Tool and die factories have stopped accepting raw iron. You must now convert it into steel. Take the finished steel to the tool and die factory. It's German for the factory. The. Full set of passengers. Okay, that's definitely enough to set up the other procure line. It is going to want to be double lane. That is beautiful. The question is, how far can it continue to be a straight line? Well, at least to there. And then it looks like we need to make one turn. That's probably as good as it gets. The other... yeah, going across sooner is worse, so that is the winner. I didn't realize there was a coal mine hiding in the forest there, disguising itself among the trees. In theory, we could connect that up and then this would make actual steel. I'm going to allow that. We might even use a real train for that, because it can then bring the finished steel down to the food cannery. And then weirdly, that means we want to double that bit of track. Okay, both ends need all their maintenance. Check. And... check. The side with the orchard needs a refrigerator. Okay. And then we're going to go with the Iron Dukes or the 18-wheelers. Well, 8-wheelers. These cost about half as much to run. They're more reliable. They accelerate better. They are slightly slower, but only ever so slightly. Check. Okay, and then we want one that is doing this coal to here to take steel back. I guess you wait for 3 and then you take 6 back. That seems good. Ooh, or do we take the steel to here? But the steel is a better distance there. We could take the steel back to Tokyo and turn it into goods. I mean, we can do a little bit of each. So you do like 4. Then we might need a little Vulcan that just delivers the steel. No, it's not the bad RT2, it's the good RT2. Or at least the better RT2. The one that isn't a thinly veiled expansion pack on its previous title. The nerve of them trying to claim that Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is its own game, instead of being just another expansion pack of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. No. Trivially easy to prove based on that alone, Fish Lips. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is just an expansion of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 that they tried to sell as its own game because they didn't want to A, sell it for less money, and B, wanted to try and bring in new people, rather than they were kind of stuck with released 4 expansion packs now. People aren't buying the base game. Like, people that don't have the base game don't want to buy an expansion pack. Oh shit, we're stuck. We're going to release it as if it's a new game, even though it's just the old game. Plus an expansion pack. Truly. The cheek. The gall. Whereas you look at this, it is hugely different from its predecessor. Hugely, hugely, hugely. Night and bloody day. Sounds like a Jake move. Isn't Jake's move releasing the worst rating DLC ever? Leviathan? Literally the worst rated Steam product for a time. Now, I'm willing to grant that Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is just DLC and is bad, but it's not the worst rated product ever. It's never been that bad. A little bit better than that. Bloody Leviathan. Dining, passenger, 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 mail, food. Still not as bad as FIFA? Yeah, FIFA does it on a yearly basis. At least Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 only did it once, eh? They didn't do it every year with here's your new team skin pack. Oh wait, we're gonna pretend it's a whole new game. No, Leviathan was absolute garbage at release, Dead Pressed. It broke It broke people who didn't have the DLC. It had save corrupting bugs. None of the saves would work. It was so bad in so many ways. It deserved that rating. You could not save and load the game. The game would automatically crash in about 1600 when the colonizing stuff got well underway because of some old flag that wasn't set correctly. If you didn't have the DLC. Because it expected you to have that new DLC flag thing, from memory. Something along those lines. There was some absolutely breaks everything in the middle of the game crash. Now it's not Tuesday. It's definitely not Tuesday. Fair enough, Goka. No, this is more a... Where's the countdown for Goka? This is more... After yesterday's Nancy Drew, sweet railroad tycoon eases the pain. I can't be asked microing this anymore, so we're just gonna change to that loadout. Similarly for you. It screwed up your sleep schedule. I'm sorry, Dutchy. Your first load you can take 6. In the future, maybe we only do 4. We can definitely have 2 of those. Kind of surprised about the produce thing, but maybe I need a 3rd. Yeah, I was thinking 7 or 8 hours, but that magnet puzzle... The controls are just... I mean, it's partially my fault because of running it in DX Wind, and it creates all sorts of scaling issues with calculating where the mouse is. But it's just... Like, you can see me doing the little figures of 8 with the mouse, making the mouse behave, and then trying to do linear stuff with the mouse, and it jitters. And that does not play well with the you have to drag it smoothly and slowly. Ugh. Anyway, speed up. Do, do, do. I want you to grab the produce this time. In fact, you know what? We can create a dedicated mail and produce train. Then I can have 3 and not feel guilty. That also means we can lower the way back to just being 4, which helps, because the uphill component is a bit tougher on these poor old trains. Oh my. Really? Didn't I give you your own sand? No, I did not. Let's fix that. And let's shove another one in the middle so that you realize you do have sand. Cool, problem fixed. And then how much more time do we have? We've got 11 years, and honestly I could maybe even start doing the goal at the end of this year. Go back to Tokyo. Become an actual passenger train, thank you. Now, on the way back, you can do food. Because you're going to be delivering the fruit for the cannery. Yeah. Lovely. Towns and cities will no longer eat raw fruit. People expect you to can the fruit first. And let's connect up the goals. So, if there is a cheaper bridge building, man, is pretty good. I was just looking for any sort of cheaper track laying. We need to connect Kagoshima, Sapporo, Kyoto. So Sapporo is up here. We only need to technically connect. They want their coffee to come out of a tin, not in a box or a bag or a sack. There we go. And then through the mountains. Over to Sapporo. Create a technically as a connection. Even if we never run a train there. We also need one of these two, Akita or Nagata. Nagata. So same deal, we say straight across the mountains. No train would ever actually... Well, actually that isn't that bad. There's a couple of 5s on this side, but that could be managed as long as they were like 2 or 3 carriages big instead of 6. Okay, we've done Nagata. Next we need to connect this network to our southern network. So across here. Across to there. You need to connect to these two. Crappy bridge. There's no need to pay for good bridges. There and there. And then we need to continue down to... Is it Hiroshima? Well, we had to connect somewhere other than... No, but it's only down here, alright? Go around the mountains. And we've run out of money. Take a couple of loans. Issue some stock. That'll be enough. Right. Really? I thought you'd be able to go over that. Only if you go the weird way. Fair enough. No, that way works. Good. And then up the coast. And up to the Osaka connection. Is that everything? Double check. Nagata. Sapporo. I think so. Nagata, Nagoya, Sendai, Tokyo, Kagoshima. Yeah, so speed up to the end of the year. No, what did I miss? Tokyo. Tokyo. Check. Nagata. Check. Ah! This technically isn't connected. My bad. There you go. Glory to the victor! Your masterful railway skills will set the Japanese rail system high for the world to marvel at.
The Emperor of Japan has included you in his imperial court? Wow! Getting a little big for your britches, eh? Nice job. If you're ready for a less regal but equally challenging trial, head down under.
Now, both of these are pretty good. Engine speed and passenger and mail revenue. More money or more money because you're delivering things faster. This is pretty weak source. This is just how quickly trains load and unload. Only good if you're doing like absurd amounts of short distance goods. I'm gonna go engine speed.
Hard place, that Australia. But business is business, regardless of the location. The long rail across the Nullarbor Plains is ready to go. But good luck trying to make any money. The traffic on that single line is going to be atrocious. Be prepared when you do finally hit that plane, because there's no turning back once you're on it.
Longest single straight piece of rail in the world. What if the Nullarbor section of the Trans-Australian Railroad was built, and you were allowed to use it along with all the other aspiring rail barons? No special routing privileges, valuable cargo waits on either side, and no track laying rights to produce a duplicate. Could you make a go of it? For bronze, personal net wealth of 10 million. For silver, do it 10 years earlier, and for gold, do it 10 years earlier again. So, we have the great big Nullarbor plain bit in the middle. No one may lay track there. There are some existing stations. You can use this, and there is a little bit of incentive, because usually there's a whole lot of bauxite on this side that you want to send to the other side to become aluminium. Right? So this side has the mines, and this side has the processing plants. So there's a little bit of incentive there, but there's not a lot of other incentive to drag stuff from one side to the other. Sometimes there's a bit of incentive to drag wool. Lots of wool, only one wool processor. All the other wool processors are over this side. But honestly, you can make do with Broken Hill. Here is my home of Radelaide, the raddest city on Earth. Now, usually, we start by looking at doing something like Brizzy-Bunda. Are there any other goods worth mentioning today? Not especially. Adelaide can deal with oil. And there is some inland oil. So can Melbourne. Melbourne can deal with oil. Can anywhere want diesel? No, there are no power plants on this spawn, which sucks a bit. The other reasonable start is Perth-Geraldton, which actually looks like the better start for the moment. It will need a single turn. You've got a port. That does make you slightly better. Time to build my city into the rail hub that it was destined to be. This one is currently a bit better because it has the port. And the port is like an extra pair of houses. Hell, it's like 2 pairs of houses. Time to modernize New Holland. We will start with the maximum size company. We will be Blobber Express. Bullet train to Bondi. I like that. I don't know. Sydney is a pretty terrible place. I can say as someone who has lived and worked there. It does have nice bike lanes. That's about all I'll give it. Okay, how hilly would this be to do? Also, do we have better starting loan man? Every big place is terrible? No, you're not starting loan man. You're not starting loan man. Come on, give me starting loan man. Well, we at least got starting train station is cheaper, man. You'll do. Let's have a look at what it would take to connect these two. Ugh, the turn into a 4 is pretty disgusting. Could we get that to work and grab most of the housing? No, it wouldn't even grab enough housing to count as a town. Then again, would it need to count as a town? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5. Versus if we do here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's still technically better. It's kind of disgusting. We sure we can't get something with a bit less of a grade? Let's turn on grid mode and try using the magic of grid mode. Not really. How far out from Brisbane can we start? Maybe I could start partway up the hill. Yeah, like I could start there, and then we already start on the hill. That's perfectly flat. Yeah, that's livable. That one's even actually quite nice. 2.1s? Okay. Grid mode may turn off. Come across here. Build our Brisbane station. Do we care about the bauxite? No, we do not. For now, it's just whichever one gives the least grade. Which the game tries to claim is that one. I don't quite believe. Yeah, this way is definitely better. Something like that. Now, could we get away without having a turn? Yes. Like, there is probably the best. Optimize our distance pricing. Yep. We need a train. And what do we want? This is far enough in the future relative to the really old maps that we actually have a reasonable collection of the, like, fairly late-end steam trains. Prairie is the efficiency go. Well, these two are the efficiency go, depending on how fast you want to go. But we want something with a little more power. Do we? Maybe I actually do want a prairie. Yes, the future. Instead of being in the 1800s, like most of the maps. Yeah, I can't justify your cost. I think I'd rather have 2 prairies. Full set of passengers. Saloon. Post office. The other end can have a post office. And we'll see if I can manage to squeeze building Perth, Geraldton in as well. Very possibly not, but if I don't do it, the AI will definitely use Perth up. And I'd rather be the one getting Perth than them. Do I want to position it further away for distance pricing? Probably yes. That last little lump sucks, and I really should have flattened the land before building the station, but oh well. And how do we get Geraldton without it becoming a disgusting grade? There? Will that get enough of the houses? That is a bit of a disgusting end grade, but... And I'm too poor for the other end station. But we haven't taken any loans yet. Hello, expensive loan. That needs to be the littlest bit longer. And one longer again. Done. Now that is going to be tough on the way to start going up, but this bit is beautiful and the downhill here is nice enough. Do I also want you to be a prairie? Yeah, and we'll probably just double you as well. I think I want early money rather than bigger money. So we'll go from the Perth side. Post office saloon. Post office saloon. Turn the dividend down. And let time run. After we've built big restaurant and big restaurant. Good. Go. Let's see where the AI goes. They usually do somewhere like Sydney Parks. Next line, Perth to Sydney. It would be fantastic. That would be so much money per run. But it would need a lot of capital. We're not going to have that much base capital to build that line for a long time if we wanted to build it. Usually we just settle with Melbourne to Perth. Melbourne to Sydney. Being our long distance money earner for passengers. And the AI might steal my city. It's not getting too horribly slowed down by the turn. Yeah, there we go. They stole my city. Adelaide, Peterborough. Woo. It needs all its things. Sanding, water, saloon, restaurant. And then this one needs... all of its things. Sanding, water, restaurant. Can we squeeze in the hotel? Just barely. It actually kind of doesn't look like we need a second one on these lines. I thought we'd need two, but maybe I'm overestimating passenger supply. Is there anywhere nearby produced timber? Yes, we could add logs to this fairly easily. And yes, it would be hilly heading out of South Perth, but it would be hilly on the way down, not on the way up. Like, it would be hilly... Of course, it's always hilly on the way down. We would be carrying the heavy cargo downhill, not up. Brisbane. Sanding water. Can we afford the hotel? Yes. Perfect. Banding water, your hotel. And then do I buy back some public shares before the end of the year? No. No, I think we don't start stock market shenanigans yet. It might be worth building this, though. I'd like to grab all three. Is that worth the big station? Versus the medium station just grabbing two? Can anywhere process the paper? You can, but you're so far away. Yeah, we'll wait and we'll do the big station. Our stock splits 2 for 1. Investors are pleased. Double the revenue of the nearest competitor. But we didn't actually make that much more personal money, sadly. We will continue to invest in our own company. Other people agree and they also buy our stock. Brisbane wants mail more than passengers. So grab as much mail as we can. And this side does need its maintenance bay. One, two, three. Sadly, no mail. At least that will make climbing the hill out easier. You need your roundhouse. Now both sides have its maintenance. And we could build this. So I want a big station. Like there. It is a little bit of a disgusting grade, but it's downhill. You're going to bring the logs over to here and then the lumber back to Perth. But we need to wait for the money to actually build the train. Fair enough. And we should look if there's cheaper fuel man. No. Has someone else scooped up cheaper fuel man? They haven't. So it would really be wise to keep our eye out for him. Maybe even cycling for it? No, I won't cycle for it. We'll just look next year. Speed up. The end of World War I. News of the end of the war sends goods demand soaring. Bundaberg wants mail more than passengers, so optimize for more mail. That is enough to buy that new train. Grab logs, take them to Geraldton, convert them into lumber, bring them back to Perth. Then we're going to need to double the track between Perth and Geraldton. To start with, we will... do this bit. There we go. Watch how quickly this guy accelerates down the hill. Downhill, very helpful. All the passengers. Double the rest of the track. There we go. Just look at the weight difference between log and passenger. Passenger car is like a 2/3 the weight of log train. Only passengers this time. Pay off our expensive loan. Yeah, I actually made good money this year. We split 2 for 1 again. I don't want to buy more of our own stock because the price is inflated. A group of Sydney and Perth businessmen offer you $1 million to connect the two cities. The sooner the better, to their minds. Told me? It's still a huge capital outlay. We don't have anywhere near that cash on hand. This time you should do just passengers. And honestly, you need to wait for the other train. The Hokkaido unlocks, which is actually huge compared to the Pacific. Considerably, well, a fair bit cheaper to run in terms of acceleration and reliability per power. And much better at grades. I suppose the Pacific is better on flats with low load. But even medium load, they're the same. And any sort of grade in the Hokkaido wins. It is a strong boy. And less likely to explode is important. Speed up. Again, it wants mail more than passengers, so grab mail. Decide, do we want a second logs train? It definitely looks like we could handle it. Sure. Geraldton wants mail more than passengers, so grab all the mail you can. You need to learn that you are lower priority than the Express, otherwise all good. Wants mail more than passengers. Excellent revenue, double the competitors. An unfortunate breakdown. To which end, let's build a maintenance on the other end. You can definitely have sand and water. And Bundaberg can also have maintenance. Yeah, lovely. Also, New Year, we should see if Cheaper Fuel Man exists. No, but Faster Train Man exists, which we'll trade into. You've heard that block signaling could improve your overall performance. It looks good on paper, but you want to do a study. It'll take 12 months and cost 50k. Get going. Brisbane wants them the same, so only grab passengers. The first of the diesel-electric, well, the electrics exists. The BE462. You actually need to drop your power, else you're going to run into the friend in front of you. Now you can power back up. Only passengers. Okay, end of this year we'll have enough money to think about expanding again. We split 2 for 1 again. Unfortunately, our price is still inflated. I don't really want to leverage myself further. So what will we set up? Do we try and set up the Melbourne-Sydney? Sheep, steel. How oil. Is there a cheaper trackman? There is not. Well, let's get going. That climb is a bit yuck, but if we do it after a long enough bit of straight, it won't be too terrible. We are going to need some zigzagging. And then the question is, how much do we want to blow up like you? Can anywhere actually use those logs here? Not really, so I might as well blow up the logs. If it means I don't have to do as many zigzags. Oof. That's a bit less ugly. So's that. Spin around to get a different view. Would that even grab all the Sydney? No. It needs to either be like here, or maybe there. Well, that's disgusting. Absolutely not. Maybe I can get that to work? Yeah, that's not... I mean, it's not great, but it's not ultra terrible. If we do one more, we might even get it to be a bit smoother. That would be better if that one wasn't. So, erase you. Oh, what happened to that beautiful one? Yeah, like that. That's as good as it's gonna get. There are some hills there, but we just have to live with it. Now, big station. I don't care about getting the sheep farm. You do need everything. We need like 2 loans. At least they're nice and cheap. 1 on the Melbourne end for building up Big Melbourne Station. For building up Big Melbourne Station. Slightly overshot. We will need something in the middle, probably 2. One about here and one maybe there. For more sanding and water. Okay, and then 2 Hokkaidos. Check how much population they have to move at the moment. You have not enough. You have not enough. We need to wait a little bit. And you know, that's actually kind of good because then I don't have to loan up for the trains. I can wait for us to have the natural money for the trains. While these aggregate some population and mail. You are definitely going to catch up to this guy, but will you catch up to this guy? That's enough for a full train. And that's enough for a full train. Excellent. Grab the mighty Hokkaidos. Ching ching. Which are historical for this map. We did... Australia imported some Hokkaidos. And then built our own variants. Based on that. 1 for Melbourne. 1 from Sydney. Get going. Watch how much they're worth. So like the Brisbane lines, 200 and a bit per run. The Geraldton one is maybe 180 because it's about half full. No, 260 at half full. So this one's about 400 when it's fully full, let's say. But the Sydney-Melbourne, 600. Big money. More than $500,000 a run. Where this one's what? Less than, well, about $500,000. Yeah, you were going to run out of sand somewhere around there. One day we might build a thing here to collect this wood. Your block signal study shows you could expect an increase of 50% if you install this system. It will cost $250,000 to get it done. Takes more money than we have, but we'll make that back in a moment. Done. And it doesn't look like this one's managed to catch up to the first log train. But now we kind of need to double this bit of track. Well, you might be finished before this guy catches up. We'll see. I kind of want to add in the oil. Is there any iron or coal in the mountains there? No. It's looking increasingly like we will need to double this track. Maybe not. It does get very... It does speed up very quickly downhill here. Mail. The first Sydney-Melbourne Express dings, getting us more than $500,000. Yep, especially once you include the station revenue from selling them sandwiches and hotels. That's perfect. Actually, Sydney wants passengers more than mail, so grab that way. And we didn't need to double this track. Beautiful. Okay, $2 million bucks. Do we add the oil? I'm kind of more sold on, like, doing goods to Tail and Bend, and then maybe those goods to Adelaide. Ching, ching, ching. The oil is a little bit distributed. I suppose we could build an aggregating location. And especially because both sides want the oil. No, both sides want the oil, so I do kind of want to do this. It doesn't need to be double-tracked, I don't think. I think we can live with single-track. And yes, that grade is terrible, but it's terrible... Like, again, we're carrying the goods downhill, so it's not as bad as it looks. Something like there. Actually, I kind of regret doing that. Could have just done it here. There we go, that's beautiful. I even get more sheep if we want them in the future. And do I really, really care about you? Doesn't... Oh, no, I can. I can get the, I can get both. But at that point, wouldn't I really like to grab these three, turn them into food, and bring the food down to Melbourne? And it would also allow us to maybe build a direct overland up here. It does kind of duplicate the way around for the oil, which is a bit sad. It's a bit of an infrastructure waste. I like the medium. The more if we can get it to not require a turn. We cannot. My greed is punished. Fine. Ooh, if I made you bigger, we could use the logs. Although, no, carrying those logs uphill is insane. Are there logs that wouldn't need to be carried uphill? Arguably, yes. These logs could come across here. Then the temptation is to do it like there, and get the oil as well. But I think we just have one that does oil. Here, there, down. Here, there, down. Are we going to duplicate the way across here? And then have separate little oil one. I kind of like that for the food. So let's assume yes. And assume that we don't really care about that much. So that way. Come on, boo! Fine, on the other side. Okay, we need a sand and water here, obviously. We'll need one there. And we'll want one including maintenance here. This wants a grain thing. And then we build the first oil deliverer. So grab 3, 6, down to Melbourne. Know that you are low priority. Yes, I am having fun in Aussie land. We just finished Japan. Now I get to be cozy and at home. Good revenue. Somehow someone else is almost as rich as me, though. Which is worrying. Mail is more expensive. Passengers are more expensive. How many bombs did it take? 0. It required Vulcans. Many Vulcans. 0 bombs. Okay. Oil train is doing his job. Do we want Chonky train for the grain? I think no. Go with prairies still. Well... no, go with prairies. Not the Vulcan. They do not start with access to the Shay. You can, as one of the optional start bonuses, but then you start with basically 0 money. And my position is that the smart start is to take the money bonus instead. You need to wait. Good. They did. They stole my home. They're not doing very well with it. Well, that hill isn't too ultra terrible. They're buying a little of our stock. But just wait for the market crash. I'll be ready to buy out everything. Brizzy demands more mail, so concentrate on mail. The good times never end. If you got really lucky, you could have endless good times. The market could go from high to medium to high to medium to high to medium. 1, 2, 3. And the mail. We get our first oil delivery. Pays for itself. And the second Sydney-Melbourne are coming in. Only passengers. That side's a bit weak. I definitely can have the second food deliverer. So... we build the Sydney Overland for food delivery. The grade uphill there is a bit disgusting, but again, they're going to be empty on the way up, so it should be okay. The Emu Armistice. At least they weren't cassowaries. We'd all be dead. And let's get the oil to Sydney happening as well. That's a bit stupid. But apparently the only way that that works. At that point, I'm actually kind of... oh, okay, I don't do that. We live with that being silly, and we just build a sanding or water over there if we need it. And we certainly will, so we put it like here. Okay. So now we want a little prairie that does oil to Sydney. priority. See how you struggle to climb the hill. Yeah, it's not struggling that much when it's empty. Good. And then we want the second food one as well. Once this has got the full set of 6. That's fine. Pay off our loan. How much do you want? Oil? Enough that a second one of these doesn't seem insane. So, get trucking. That's the wrong one. Oops. That's doubled that one. Well, it doesn't hurt to have 2 of you either. I wanted to double. You need to know your low priority. This one. Almost enough grain. You split 2 for 1 again. Revenue is up, up, up. Stock price is still like 50% inflated. I'd rather save my personal money. That, however, is ready for its Sydney version. There you go. You know what? You might as well have your own sanding water. Maybe not a roundhouse. As long as you've got a roundhouse, it should be fine. Then we look at adding in these trees. Lovely. That's disgusting. That's... I'm just going to live with that, even though the grade there is a bit disgusting. It's also really annoying that this is now slightly... You know what? No. That one can go like that, and you can be the longer one. That way both of them always go through this. And that means we can now do these logs. Is there anywhere on this side of the country that can do the paper? Absolutely not. Only Kalgoorlie is the center of bureaucracy. So this is a gold mining town? was part of a gold rush, and it's also somewhat interesting in that there's a giant water pipeline out from here all the way to over here. And if memory serves, it's like it was the longest and most impressive water pipeline thingy, at least at the time. And there were all sorts of issues with the distance trying to get the water out there to the gold mine. Like, there has to be multiple way stations along the way, because if you try and pump the water all as a single thing, then there was so much pressure that the water would vaporize, and vaporized water does nasty things to pipes. That kind of means this bit can be doubled now. Fancy bridge. This bit gets to be doubled. Tempting to do that. So, okay. And now we want our 2 log ones. So, log to log processing. To Melbourne. And then we want a second one that does the same to Sydney. Once there's enough logs again. You need to know that you're low priority than the food. There was enough mail, and that's on me for being slow to micro. What passenger? Kind of looking like I should double that component of the track as well. So... yeah. The down to Sydney bit. We should also have a look if Cheaper Fuel Man exists. He does. Absolutely. If only you were 40% Fuel Man, but 25% Fuel Man's also pretty good. Perfect. Yeah, I'd just still rather one male. The cheap little EE33 exists. It's really good at short distance high grade, even with high load. So you can use it for doing things like yoinking these across the mountain if you really wanted to, and then transfer to a different train to pull them across the big long flats. But we've already got it dealt with via these logs, so no need to do that sort of thing. We definitely could stand to have fertilizer coming here. We'd need to connect here to here and then down. That honestly isn't that far. And then we could also run these to you. Yeah, we got the cash, why not? It makes sure that these food trains happen more frequently. So... like that, and then... do I care about the good bridge? Yeah, I'm gonna pay for the big expensive good bridge. I should have put it one more square over. I'm certainly not building a big station for the sake of that. I don't mind a little one. Sure, there, and then you know what, we'll get rid of the rest. Okay. You will need water. That also means you now need maintenance. And then the loop is chemicals to fertilizer to the farms. Every year. Keep these farms producing at 50% extra so that we can get the food to Melbourne and Sydney. See how badly the hill is affecting you. Not that badly, really. Yeah, this all looks quite lovely. They've usually built up enough speed that they only lose a little bit climbing that hill. Actually, you want to be 100% male if you can. Male is more expensive at the moment. Perfect, grab the one male. Double check nowhere on this side of the world can use the diesel still. Sadly, yes.
took my blues. Yes, they did. I've got freedom in the morning, and freedom at night, and freedom gonna help me to see the light. Yeah.
What do we exploit next? Broken Hill, Adelaide? Goods to Broken Hill, express train to Adelaide, and goods to Adelaide as well. The trouble is, we can't access Adelaide very easily. I could if I blow up that one house. Are you allowed to blow up houses in enemy? No. You can't blow up houses that are in range of an enemy thingamajig. So... that makes it a lot less tempting. It's still 3 sets of houses, which is enough to do Broken Hill. So actually, that's still okay. It just would be nice if it also got those other houses. 2 more sets of houses. Would that actually make it bigger than Sydney? Which would be a bit of a laugh. No, it would still be slightly smaller than Sydney by 1 pair of houses. Would it be bigger than Melbourne? Yes! Adelaide is bigger than Melbourne. That's a bit unrealistic. This is like a third as big as this in reality. These 2 are like 3 times bigger than this. It looks like he's already delivering the coal, so I don't really care about grabbing that coal. But I could grab these 2 and deliver them to the Whyalla Steelworks, essentially. Yeah, I like that. So, it is going to want to be doubled, because there's going to be ones doing coal, there's going to be ones doing passengers, there's going to be ones doing goods. We want to go at least to there. Something like that. Everything. Because Broken Hill is... this town kind of functions in the real world functionally like it's part of us. In terms of it gets our radio, it gets a lot of its services from our state. Because it's so far away from a lot of the rest of its own actual state. But we will need to build custom houses to deal with the interstate transport. I can't quite build you to do both, so I don't care. I guess we build it just so that I don't have to... far enough away that we get more distance pricing, but not so far away that that doesn't work. Which is there. Done. You need a warehouse for your sheep. And then we need a little thing to collect these. Can we get that to be a straight line? If so, that's beautiful. Yes. We could set up one more that goes ding, ding, down. And we might end up doing that. This one definitely wants to be a chonker. fact, we might make both of these chonker trains, whereas all of these inland ones are efficiency rather than speedy ones. I might make these speed because the goods are so heavy. And there is a bit of grade in turning. You know, maybe I'm giving Adelaide a little bit of parochial beneficial treatment. So 6 wool, turn it into goods, deliver it to Adelaide. Go. We need to set up the express, and we need to set up that one. Let's do that one right now. The steelworks one. I don't think we can use the steel for anything. Well, actually, I'm wrong. We could use the steel for something. It's only a modest diversion. I'm willing to do that. It'd be really nice if we could, yeah, turn that into a straight. Sad that that doesn't work like that. But it works like that. Alright. Will you need your own sanding? No, you should be fine. So you grab that, you take the steel to the cannery, and then you finish your loop. Then we only need the express. And just be lazy. Now, most of the time, the Adelaide side of that's going to be empty because the AI is going to be yoinking them all. But that's just the cost of doing at least the Broken Hill to Adelaide component. Yeah, that looks lovely. Do we set up that one as well? Probably yes. Ooh. There is no more mail anyway, so it doesn't matter. There's no mail. All passengers then. Alright, let's set up these two. That can't work, so you're going to have to be a diagonal. Yes, sanding and water. Your own Hokkaido. 3, 6 to Adelaide, to the cannery and back. Go. Lovely. Good enough. Oh, I never got round to building the second one of you? Yeah, well, call me an idiot. Let's build the second one of you, the one that goes to Sydney. Fixed. And now what do we do with our money? I kind of want the stock market to crash so we can buy back our own stocks. Is there anywhere else that we should connect, or anything else we should buy? Well, for one, we should probably buy this. And that. Probably the two oil things. At least wait for half. You've gotten too close to the one in front of you. The wood shop would also be making good money, yep. If these are waiting, then these should be making good money. This side isn't waiting, and I don't know that I build a third one. Yeah, I think 2 is enough, and if these aren't lucrative, then oh well. I apparently should have bought that sooner, and I should buy these 2. These are going to be good. This is busy enough to deserve telephone poles. What kind of train are you? Okay, you're a cheap one, we don't care. Be another prairie. This, and then that one. It kind of does look like we could have a third one of these oil ones, so okay. This is so busy that it's slowing up the oil trains often enough to kind of deserve it. And this should also be making money. Good enough. I wanted to look at you. Apparently... Wait, where's this guy? They don't exist. Fix it. You're also busy enough to deserve telephone poles, and so is Sydney. Now that's behind instead of... Oh, sorry, now that's ahead instead of behind its deliveries, which is lovely. Good enough. How is the Adelaide zone doing? The heck? What is wrong with you? That. And that was blocking everyone. Did we accidentally build a second one of you instead of a second one of... Yes, we did. Can we get you to do something else then? Is there nearby oil? No. Are either of these big enough to want coal? No. I should probably just replace the first one with the new one then. And say that you've lived your happy life of 9 years. Goodbye, friend. Okay, that looks bad, but it's because everyone got clogged up behind the one that thought it didn't have a path, because it was trying to get to the enemy station. I'm sure that will come good in a little bit. Good. You are worth buying, and so is this. Double some bits of track there to try and get them off each other's toes. The price is below the nominal price. Let's buy up. Even if it leverages us a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. How much longer we got? 10 years! To a little bit more than double our nominal value and eliminate our deficit. Our personal deficit. We could maybe cheese it just by buying one of the other... Yeah, I think we save up and we just buy one of the other train lines out after having personally bought it to the max. And of course, after I buy up the economy crashes. Well, in good news, that makes buying back stock cheaper. You should also be profitable. Can't be bothered waiting, microing you either. So, set you both to just auto, but can't wait for half. Buy back some more stock while it's cheap. Do I double all of these? No. Do 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 do. Now that you have 3, these should be super profitable, so I should buy you and you. There's maybe an argument to be made that I should do this, just so that the tree train doesn't go around here. In the future. Stock is still depressed. Buy back some more. Increase our share of the pie. Yeah, because I don't like this happening. That little extra bit of track is going to stop that happening. Buy back even more stock. The price is still depressed. But this is probably the last year that we do that, and from here on we save up. That's fantastic. Pays for itself every 5 years. Like its purchase cost. Even the good other ones are only like every 10 years. Well, these ones are every 5. Most of the others are about 10 to 8. Price is still depressed. And now that this isn't clogged, it's working at a rate that's extracting all of this. The sheep one, not quite. The sheep one is still slightly not keeping up to production, but I'm happy with just these two. Apparently I should buy you and this guy. Possibly this one as well. Revenue up, even though the economy hasn't recovered. Yeah, from here I have to save. Speed up, save up, buy out the other company, transfer my company's wealth into my personal wealth. Welcome, Shabiggest. G'day, mate. We split 2 for 1. Wish I owned that, but oh well. 200! It pays for itself not even every 4 years. Quicker than every 4 years. God, that steelworks is impressive. How have you got a... Okay, you need your own water and sanding. Can do. You are just a prairie. Hell, I might even get there just based on company value. Without needing to do any financial shenanigans. The hell are you going? Oh, that's a quicker way for you to get back there. Yeah, alright. It also helps you. He has made money, but not that much money. How are the steel ones going? The sheep one has made Boondollar. You've actually not made that much. And what about the other steel one? Okay, so the steel ones aren't making that much money directly. They're making more money via making the businesses profitable. Yes, you are a prairie. We never did end up making this paper connection. Which I suppose I should do, so let's fix that. You will need all kinds of maintenance. So will this end. That also opens up the possibility of having one come here and delivering to Geraldton instead of oversaturating Perth. Which we might wait for this guy to ding and set up. This can be a Hokkaido because paper is... The pulpwood is so heavy. Pulpwood, paper here, pulpwood, paper. Sadly, the other town isn't big enough to want paper. So no, actually undo those two steps. Pulpwood, paper, Perth. You are high priority now, as is the other express. And the other two can just be normal. And then once you get there, we'll set you to be this other new loop. Which probably needs something in the middle to do even more water. Oh, you need to do one more leg, that's true. Speed that up, get that done. How is the chonky Makaido going? It's absolutely rocketing along. 50 miles an hour. Okay, your new job is Perth Crossing, Southern Cross, Geraldton. Go. Can you stay ahead of the Makaido? Or is it going to catch you up? The Makaido's load is 400, his is 300. I think the Makaido will catch up. It might even catch up before this turn. Little Prairie's maxing out at 40, like 32 kilometers an hour. Oh, sorry, miles an hour. 33, 34. You get overtaken. Definitely made enough paper profit to pay off your existence. You will come back before he comes back, so there shouldn't be a second collision between these. Our Lord and Saviour, the GG1, is invented. But we don't believe in electricity, so we'll leave it alone. You didn't earn great profit last year. That's still earning great profit. And these are making enough to be worth buying, even if a little bit of the wool is decaying. To which end, you know what? We'll build a second one of those. That's you. You can have a second. Go. Technically, I could stock market manipulate our way to victory at the end of this year, but I think we'll just see if the rising tide gets us there. Slightly change your two's plan. After Adelaide, you now go to Broken Hill Junction. You pick up as many as 3 grain. And the same with you. Does make your loop slightly longer, but we doubled you, and it will also make sure you never run out of sheep via bringing grain to those sheep. And I should also make this even more profitable. So instead of 99,000 in a year, what does it get up to? No, it went down, which is weird, because it should have gone up. It got 2 sets of wool. You might need your own water, otherwise you should be fine. Looks like I am going to need to do the littlest bit of stock market manipulation. That looks right. Gold! Spectacular win. It was worth the wait. The land down under was ripe for plunder. And you've left nothing but bones. No greater glory is to be had there. Well done.
Good going out there in the outback. Now, from one of the most desolate places in the world to the most populous country in the world.
No. Let's go back and fix the, this that we didn't do properly.
Now, the Alps, they're a natural barrier between the Mediterranean and Central Europe. Centuries ago, the Romans found the area of the Brenner Pass to be the lowest passage through these peaks. There may be a better way, though. The Alps are unforgiving, but if you manage to tame them enough to get your lines through, a bountiful and beautiful passage to the Mediterranean will be yours, and all of Europe will be eternally grateful. Oh, by the way, bring your earmuffs and your mittens.
Okay. German industries, thank you for waiting, are in need of warm weather materials from the Mediterranean. You've taken a contract to connect Munich and Fair Verona, where we lay our track. All the necessary right-of-way issues have been bought and paid for, you just have to make the connection. Connect the two, do 32 loads. I misremembered it as 24 when we played it, and so only got silver instead of gold, my bad. We normally start by doing Ulm, Augsburg, and Munich. Munich can handle grain and cow. Augsburg can handle grain. And Ulm gets some bonus cow. There's no competition, so might as well be maximum investment. Cheaper station man is fine. That looks pretty good. That looks even better if we can... Yeah, that diagonal works. Done. Next question. Do we connect through the middle of Augsburg, or do we connect down at the very edge of the map? Looks like the edge of the map is the go. It so often is. And for Augsburg, we unfortunately need Big Station. There is some news with Big Station in that it lets us get the grain. Or I could build it on the other side of the track. No, it has to be big or else it's not big enough to have an express. And we want the express, so... like that. And then down in Ulm... same problem? Same problem. Unless I'm willing to start the turn. And I can't thread the needle of doing the turn and... so no. We'll just accept that it's Big Station. Maybe even push it as far across as we can. Even more distance pricing. This isn't a map where personal money matters. So, might as well issue stock, issue bonds. You will definitely need sand and water. Everywhere needs a post office. Okay. You don't start with enough to be worth doing. You barely start with enough to be worth doing. You do not start with enough to be worth doing. Set up extra cow. Beautiful. And we're just going to sit and wait a bit, I guess. Prussian. Mail. All the way to Ulm. Get going while we wait for more stuff to exist to deliver. A merchant of Innisbrook has made you an offer. Once you connect his city to the line, you'll get essentially double the money for your food for 24 months. Oh, I make sure to turn off the dividend, because otherwise you're just pissing money into the wind. There we go, that's enough for you. Though I think I'll wait for this guy to get past. Or, you know what, we'll start the other side, we'll go Munich-Augsburg, and by the time he gets to Augsburg, there will be enough to be worth doing. Have your saloon. Now, we don't want to build too many Prussians, because in a couple of years' time the Iron Dukes come out, and they are, like, literally twice as good, or at least in terms of power and speed. They are also extremely expensive to run, but that is the cost of twice the speed. There's our first set of food. This is going to need water sanding. Then we're going to need to start doubling the track. Balloon for you. Water sanding saloon for you. Perfect, everything's still not getting in the way of each other, even with 0 double track. I can probably set up another Ulm to Munich Express. Yes, we can. All the fancy efficiency modifiers. And then we are going to need to double some of the track. Probably here. That'll do to begin with. Work out the second bit of track we have to double, but hopefully by that time the this guy has dinged and we have the cash. Well, that's looking less and less likely, so do some more doubling, and now we're safe. At least except for you, but that one will be able to be covered by this guy dinging. Good. I could certainly set up a second one of those. And I reckon that's our last Prussian. Okay, no roundhouse. Although I do actually need to double some more of this track. Not so much as to be a problem. You are more important than the cow. So are you. And so are you. The heck? Oi, go back to Ulm and actually pick up the passengers. Here's the Iron Duke. So we immediately want to swap over the, everything, basically. So you are going to empty, and we'll work out what to do with you in a sec. Become an Iron Duke instead. Well, actually, we'll let you pretend you do that while we replace you. Set you to actually do nothing. For the moment, head there. I screwed that up by deleting the top thing. It's going to cost us a little bit of him moving back and forth, but oh well. Unload. You can become an Iron Duke. Okay. Woo. You also stop existing and become an Iron Duke. Okay. You grab 2 grain, bring them to those cow. That is your job every year. You grab 2 grain, bring them to these cow. That is your job every year. You are no longer high priority, you are low priority. What do we do with this third guy? Is there another easy double pair of cow that we can get? They're all spaced out just awkwardly enough that it's hard to get a double. That works. Okay, so you are going to grab... two grain from there and yoink it to there. Every year, low priority. You are temporary low priority so that fast train goes over the top of you. And I think once we've converted this guy, we'll be able to make our Italian connection. You no longer need to do 2. You can get all your cows from Ulm Junction. He's barely keeping ahead of the Iron Duke behind him. You don't want to grab the grain. I'm just going to be lazy and mark you like that. Good enough. You no longer need to exist. What are we going to do with you? I think we just stop you existing. Yeah, goodbye. You earned good money during your lifetime. You get to retire. You're only going to be in the way. A second one of you is fine, but as an Iron Duke, we retire you. And then we want to make this one that goes here, here, there. And then the only thing we don't have is food to Munich. So... one more that does food to Munich. 4. Other way around. 2, 4. There, Munich. Go. This bit needs doubling. The rest, not so much. And then we were going to build the Italy connection. So, how good is our Italy this time? You know what? You can even be high priority. I want you to finish. How big is our Italy? Milan can bake. And that is all. And can Venice convert cotton into... Venice can convert cotton into clothes, into goods. It also has a very disgusting, we could make infinite. Cotton goes to goods, goods goes to cotton, cotton goes to goods. Ding 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 ding. Make these two things make infinite money. Yeah, that would very work. We would need a little bit to get them started. But that's a bit cheesy. We'll leave that alone for the moment. How are the other cities? Especially Verona. Verona only has produce. You do want to eat produce though, so that's fine. Let's look at our corridor here. So the game wants me to be right-hand or lower map Milan, not top Milan. I can live with that. That's not a bother. I should see if there is cheaper track building. Yes, so let's build the stations while we've got cheaper station man. Okay, those are most of the stations. We might build one in, like Vicenza, Placetta, Bergamo, sorry. Eventually, but for now, let's just do the main trunk. Cheaper track guy, 40% cheaper. Blow you up. Suspiciously few buildings for Venice. Blow you up. We do have to divert at some point. I guess there is fine. That is a little bit hilly, but we live with it because it's a straight line. And all the way into Venice. That's pretty fantastic. 1, 2 turns all the way across. That hill is a bit ugly, but it's on a pure straight, so they should be going nice and speedily when they hit it. They'll slow down a little bit, and then they'll speed back up straight away. You to here, I suspect will be okay with water. That length is not. We're going to want something in the middle. Sadly, Cremona doesn't have 4 houses. Brescia has enough, so maybe something here. Now, admittedly, that isn't that far from Verona. But I think that should be fine. You can also happily eat up all of this grain. Looks good. Then we need cotton for you. Which, weirdly, is actually right next to you. There. Normally have to yoink the cotton from way down this end. Or at least most of the cotton. There's usually only a little bit of cotton up here. Beautiful, single turn. You can have a warehouse. And to speed up the way back, I will allow that. Yeah. Okay. End-to-end express 1. End-to-end express 2. Then 1 food at the very least. Probably 1 food for Verona. In a little bit. And 1 goods for Milan. Go. The merchant city of El Dolo has come to you with a problem that only you can solve. The mayor promised to connect. If you do it, they will help you. This provides a huge track building discount. Like, absolutely massive. It is worth doing before you do the build from side to side of the map. Need a bit more cash first. Wait a bit. Look at our end-to-end express. $2 million. That is a hint to change over to... I was going to say safety man. But there's not really a very good safety man. Gotta wait for more money. That coming across there is surprisingly expensive. Maybe we could discount it a bit by going out that way. Yes, we can. Done. Crack is now cheaper. As long as you also have sanding and water, all should be well. Oh my god, how are you still not there? Get there! So that we can retire you, you poor thing. There you go. Alright, now we might as well connect this guy, just so that he gives us our double food money for a while. Follow the river. Now, do we follow this sort of gulch? Or do we follow the river even more? Or do we go to this gulch? This gulch is easier to see. I kind of like that one. Technically connect him. Double food money for a while. Sit back and watch the money roll in. $2 million from the Venice rocket. There aren't enough passengers to take back, so grab the produce instead. We didn't have a single theft. Something like that. Now, if we're going to deliver stuff to Verona, I don't see why at least some of it shouldn't be cattle that's been turned into burgers in Munich. And maybe one more. You need everything? Then we need to start building sanding and water. To connect across. Nice and slow. No, I do kind of want... Well, no, you should be able to get to Innisbrook. Sanding water. Now, we said we're not going to follow the river anymore. We're going to cut up through here. You can go in, but you cannot go out. It's not called Outsbrick. Ugh. There. And it does get a little bit ugly. Do we just power over that? I think we just power over that, at least to there. Oh no, come on, I want you to go this way. And then here. I've got to work out how to connect to that without it being the most horrible thing ever. Looks like that's about as good as it gets. So by doing this, we save going all the way around there. Bridges, always doubled. I'd like to be on this side of the river if we can. And that should have been a doubled bridge. Actually, let's just do everything double, otherwise I have to go over it later anyway. Seriously? A 6? Can we not do better than a 6? I don't believe that. Try again, game. Five, at least. Okay. Standing water. Standing water maintenance. You know what? We'll even collect Trento properly. I don't know if anywhere I can use the steel, but it looks nice. Okay. This is a heavy climb. They're going to need lots of sanding. You can have a real connection, why not? Now, is that too far away from you? No. Okay. I think that looks good. Side to side done. How are the food deliveries to Munich? Well, there's 12. Let's get going. 1. And on the other end, you can grab a produce. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That should be fine. At the moment, you grab nothing. The food is more important to go to Verona. Good, they're all off. Change over to trains, no explode man. You. Come on, there's got to be one. No? Train safety, 50% better. Alright. Now we watch these climb the mountain. Hell, we even lock vision on them. See how much the horrible grading slows them down here. They were doing 30 miles an hour. 20. 7. But then it's immediately quick again. As soon as it crosses that.